He completed his 7-year tenure recently before taking up a new position as the Pro-Chancellor, Chairman of Governing Council, Madonna University, Nigeria. Professor Ezedum has published copiously in both national and international journals. His cross-cutting publications span through the fields of public health, entrepreneurship, and leadership. His academic sojourn has taken him round all continents of the world. He is married, and his marriage is blessed with 4 children. Gentlemen and ladies of high repute, may we invite the lead paper presenter to the stage as I implore you to listen attentively and drink from his intellectual cup of experience. Thank you.
The community transmission followed. The rest today will say is now a story. Regarding education, we may wish to take a look at the pre-COVID-19 state of education in Nigeria. Prior to the pandemic, Nigeria constituted approximately 20% of the world's out of school children. And that was a huge one and a big burden as far as education is concerned. Furthermore, 10.5% of Nigerian children aged 5 to 14 years were not in school. Only 61% of those aged 6 to 11 years attended regular primary school, and the problem was worse in the Northeast and the Northwest. And to compound matters, research evidence has shown that whenever a child drops out of school, the possibility of getting back is always slim. It's against this backdrop that we'll now take a look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the education sector in Nigeria. At the height of the crisis, over 1.725 billion learners had no access to education worldwide, Nigeria inclusive. In Nigeria, schools and learning spaces were closed down for months. The pandemic increased the digital divide between those with and those without access to technology. And what do I mean by this? Especially here in Nigeria, it became very clear that only the elites had access to technology, and those in the rural communities, as well as the poor, had little or no access. This was very clear by the time most of the institutions started attempting to do some distant education. We'll get to that. Furthermore, learners living in rural areas were worst affected. Disadvantaged children and youths were likely to suffer the effects of the inaccessibility of digital tools long after the pandemic. And what do we mean by that? Those who, in the course of the pandemic, could not join their peers in accessing distant education because they had little or no access to technology, or because they had no access to electricity, that is power supply. As at then, one might imagine, suffered some disadvantage. But the story does not end just that way. Because in the long run, it is not likely that such children and learners are going to recover from the gap they've already experienced. And we know the implication for us as far as education is concerned. And finally, the remote learning infrastructure gap in Nigeria public schools was pathetically exposed by the pandemic. This was more worrisome when we have to talk about the university system. It was very clear that the public universities were caught napping. I cannot remember of a single public university within the actual period of the core crisis that was able to respond to the need of the day. Probably only the private universities, and a handful of them at that, were able to do something to help their learners. Now, in general, what was the Nigerian education system response to the pandemic? On March 19, 2020, the Federal Ministry of Education approved schools closure nationwide. Both primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions were ordered to go on vacation as a means of curtailing the transmission of the COVID-19. The Federal Ministry of Education and the Universal Basic Education followed up by setting up a task team to coordinate education response to COVID-19. The task team adopted WAEC e-learning portal for students preparing for senior secondary certificate examinations. The task team also struck a partnership with Mobile Classroom app to open up its lessons at no cost to all students. And furthermore, the same task team signed a memorandum of understanding with School Gates to allow all primary school pupils to access lessons free of charge. In addition, some states like Lagos, Oyo, and a few others mounted television and radio education programs. for pupils and students. Like I said earlier, a handful of private tertiary institutions offered visual classes. Unfortunately, public higher institutions could not mount online education programs due to lack of infrastructure and/or industrial dispute. But I think the lack of infrastructure was more to blame, because I know too well that the colleges of education, teachers were in no industrial dispute, neither were the polytechnics, yet they could not rise to the occasion. Now, what were obstacles to effective teaching and learning during the lockdown? During the lockdown, for primary school and secondary school, children and young learners had no experience of learning outside their classrooms. It was unfortunate that was the first time the need arose in this country for children to learn through distance education. And unfortunately, again, they were not prepared for this. Neither were their teachers prepared for this, because the Nigerian education system probably never factored in possibility of a day that it will be difficult to have a face-to-face interaction with learners in a formal classroom. Again, that shows the extent of our inability to project into the future, our inability to show vision, and the inability of our policy makers to anticipate possibilities. We'll come to that. Furthermore, children and young learners, little or no access to internet-enabled devices was another problem or another obstacle that the learners had to face. Like we said earlier, for the rich, it was a little easier because they had access to devices. For the poor, it was a tall dream, and there was no way they could fit into the new normal. Again, many parents lacked resources and experience to support distance learning for their words. Then the rural pupils and students had the extra burden of poverty. Their teachers had no knowledge, neither did they possess any skill for distance education. For the higher institutions, they also had their challenges. Students lacked access to technology. For many who were already at home, the home environment were never suitable for learning. The students also lacked resources for data, because here in Nigeria, it's almost very challenging to access your internet, except you have the resources to buy your own data from one of the internet suppliers. Again, there was this problem of epileptic or non-existing power supply. Lecturers had no training in distance education also. Okay. And some teachers were having labor disputes with the government. Okay. Again, majority of public higher institutions had no infrastructure for distance teaching and learning. And you may wish to also know that as we are coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, this picture doesn't appear to have changed as far as infrastructure challenges
I don't think there's anybody
are concerned.
to give a citation on him.
Now, what are the lessons we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic in this part of the world? One, We observed that the predominant remote learning tools for preschoolers were television and radio, including edutainment programs. We also observed that the remote learning choice tools for primary schools were television, radio, and online video. For the secondary school students, they predominantly employed WhatsApp for their remote learning. And WhatsApp is only an app and not necessarily a wonderful platform for online learning. Tertiary institutions' remote learning, for the few that offer such services, was entirely online. And when I talk of the few, I talk of mostly the private universities and the few polytechnics. Like I say, I'm yet to say or to remember any public university or any public polytechnic or college of education that was able to rise to the occasion. Further lessons learned. We also learned that the merits of online teaching and learning include convenience, increasing depth of understanding, provision of a level playing field, adoption of innovative approach, and increased student-teacher and student-student interactions. Other merits include accommodation of multi-learners, maximization of physical resources, and increment of enrollment. Again, we also observe that citizens should be educated to fit into a world that is interconnected. Actually, if there is any lesson I personally learned from the COVID pandemic, it is this. I discovered that for the first time, the world came together as one. For the first time in Nigeria, for instance, there was no more a Muslim or a Christian. There was no Fulani and Igbo. We all became potential victims. We were all struggling to see a way of getting out of the ruts. And that showed the interconnectedness of humanity. So it has a lot of implications for future education, especially post-COVID-19 education in Nigeria. We'll get to that. Again, the idea of an educator being a resource for learners has been debunked by what happened at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a period for the first time learners discovered that they could learn on their own without necessarily looking forward to the teacher coming before them to dictate either his or her notes or to pour out whatever lessons that the students must learn. But this time around, the students only needed resources with which to learn in the absence of the teachers. And it became an eye-opener that the teacher should stop playing a resource himself, but rather should be a signpost pointing the students to source of information instead of presenting him or herself as the source of information. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic brought to the fore the need to teach life skills needed for the future. Within that period, you will discover that only the resilient were able to pull through. There was this lockdown, there was this hunger, there was this inability for people to step out and fend for themselves. For those who depended on daily income from whatever they were doing, they had no other opportunity of stepping out of the house any longer. So it became a matter of the resilient being able to survive. Those who were positively minded, those who were optimistic, who believed that the problem will end someday, were able to pull through. A good number of persons I know broke down within that period, not because of the pandemic itself, but because of the psychosocial challenges attached to the situation. So that now takes us to the idea that a post-COVID-19 education must be one that has to take into account the quantum of information and skills that need to be communicated to the learners so that they'll be able in the future to withstand such threats and others that we may not be able to even foretell at the moment. Again, we also learned that technology should drive teaching and learning in the 21st century. The 21st century is a century we are stepping into what I call the fourth industrial revolution. And for those who are able to really understand this, you don't need to be told that the way to go is technology. It shouldn't be any longer the traditional approach of teaching and learning. Because if we insist on that, we may unfortunately fall out of the spectrum of events. Furthermore, COVID-19 has not been defeated, hence the need to continue with all recommended public health protocol for its prevention. That takes me to the title of this conference. When I got this title and it was talking of COVID-19, a post-COVID-19 era, the first impression I got is that, oh, it means that the COVID-19 is over. So we're in the post-COVID-19 era. But on closer reflection, I discovered we are only trying to be futuristic in our presentation, because I want to sound it now as a public health person. Let us not go rejoicing that the problem is over yet. There is this saying in my place that for as long as you are still alive on this planet Earth, don't go rejoicing that blindness may never meet you some one day. What do I mean by that? If you take a look at what is happening now, you discover that there is a second wave of the pandemic in Europe, a second wave of the pandemic in Asia, a second wave of the pandemic in America. And remember, our people are still traveling. Our people are going to these places and they are coming back. So if you put all this together, you can then gaze at the possibility of our experiencing our own second wave is there. I don't want to sound like a prophet of doom, but I'm only trying to let us have this in our consciousness, that the problem is not yet over, but we are winning the battle. Finally, we also learned that there are obstacles to overcome in order to optimize COVID-19 era teaching and learning. How do we optimize teaching and learning in post-COVID-19 era? 1, physical distancing should be maintained in all classrooms through minimizing number of learners per class. Why is this necessary? Because it is not only COVID-19 that is infectious. Remember, before COVID-19, our children had had mumps, had had other infections like chickenpox, measles, etc. Now that COVID-19 has called up our consciousness on the need to social distance and physical distance, and at the same time, take seriously our personal hygiene, these are protocols we will
By blended learning, we mean a situation where some of the subjects or some of the courses may then have to be taught online, while for others, then they can be taken face-to-face in the classroom setting. This becomes very necessary, especially in our public universities and other tertiary institutions, where for some courses, you have a mammoth crowd clustering together to take their lectures. For such courses, using the blended learning approach will be the best. Again, optimize teaching and learning in our post-COVID-19 era, we have to do something about with our timing. School time will have to be restructured to minimize the length of possible daily exposure to risk of infection and other risks. Again, flexibility may have to be introduced. And in some places, areas, attendance. If a school is having too much crowd, they may decide to give some of the children the morning session and others the evening session. Or a group to attend Monday through Wednesday and then stay back and learn online, while the others will now come Thursday, Friday, and probably Saturday, and then stay back again and learn outside within any given classroom space at any point in time could be reduced. Again, if we want to optimize post-COVID-19 era in Nigeria, the focus should be the child and not the teacher. Furthermore, post-COVID-19 curriculum should focus on underlying skill sets, which the students are expected to possess, plus hands-on practical applications that are easy to transfer to real-world settings. The time has passed when we teach for teaching's sake, or when we teach because this is the content that was handed over to us. We have to teach in a way these days that will yield the desired fruit in the learner. And what do I mean by the desired fruit? We have to, before we set out to teach, tell ourselves what precisely are the life skills we want to impart, and we have to focus on that. We have talked on life skill before, and we cannot exhaust that if we continue. Furthermore, the role of the educator will have to
awakened our consciousness to realize that for every generation, there should be a message. For every group, there should be a purpose. And for every period, there should be a vision. Except we take this into account, we may still not get it right, even in our post-COVID-19 era. Again, existing teachers will have to be retrained, and new ones trained in technology-assisted mode of teaching. In the course of the pandemic, it became very clear that majority of the teachers we have in this country were completely internet illiterate. And in this particular century, it will become very difficult to use people who are not internet compliant to teach the millennials whose second nature is the computer. The Western world has gone beyond where we are at the moment. The end now is artificial intelligence, robotics, and others. And for us to be able to attempt to catch up, we then have to train the teachers in this line so that they'll be able to train the pupils and students in the way that the world is going. Finally, on this note, let me warn that schools that fail to embrace technology are likely to be left behind. Time will come when, before you take your child to a school, you first of all may have to inquire on their level of technology. Are they using blended learning? Do they have virtual learning? What is my child going to benefit in the course of going to social and science school? And for the schools that are not able to give convincing answer to these questions, their problem may be multiplied. Now, shifting the paradigm, the way forward. For us to shift the paradigm, for us to change the story, for us to change the narrative, for us to take to a new trajectory in the development of education in Nigeria, especially in the post-COVID-19 era, we have to do things differently. There's this saying that it's only a madman that continues doing the same thing and expect a different result. For us to get a different result, we have to do things differently. And what are we expected to do? One, we have to improve funding to the educational sector. It's unfortunate that in this country, even when those at the helm of affairs know that the minimum that the education sector is supposed to attract when it comes to national budget is 15%, which is the UNESCO benchmark, we end up always offering a lot less than that. In some cases, even not up to half of the benchmark. Like in the present 2020 budget of Nigeria, the initial allocation was 6.something%. And by the time the budget was reviewed after the COVID-19 crisis, it came down to less than 3% of the national budget. What a shame. Again, we have to improve on electricity generation and distribution and internet connectivity. I don't know when and how we are going to get our this, but certainly we cannot think of making any progress without first and foremost giving attention to these two things. A situation where you are not sure of the electricity and a situation where your internet connectivity is next to zero, you cannot dream of producing children that are going to compete with other children from other continents of the world in this particular century. For instance, as of 2018, Nigeria's access to electricity rates stood at 56.5%, and only 30.95% of its rural dwellers had access to power supply. And when you talk of the internet, The broadband penetration rate stood at 33.13% as at May 2019. One of my friends will always say that this is not the leg that the Nama or the Hausa cattle will use in going to Sokoto from Omani. Again, there should be pedagogical training of educators. Like I said earlier, to shift the paradigm, to change the narrative, to witness the new dawn in our education system, you have to train the trainer the way you want the trainer to train the learners. And except we get this right, it will be still a pipe dream for us to talk of repositioning or improving or optimizing education in our post-COVID-19 era. Furthermore, we have to take to blended learning. And this has to be enshrined into the national policy on education. And this has to be meticulously implemented across all levels of education in Nigeria, especially at the tertiary level. Like I said earlier, when you come to most of the institutions, especially the public universities, colleges of education and polytechnics, it's not uncommon to come to a classroom and you find over 1,000 students clustering in a space that was originally meant for maybe a maximum of 50 students, or in the name of taking a lecture. This has to give way for something better. It will be rather idealistic if I start now propounding that the government must have to provide matching infrastructure to take such crowd. Rather, the way forward is to adopt blended learning, whereby for such large classes, students have to stay in their hostels or in their houses and take their lectures online. Then for the ones that the classrooms are manageable, they can now come for a face-to-face learning. Again, curriculum at all levels should emphasize training in coding and robotics, which can usher students into the era of the fourth industrial revolutions and prepare them for jobs of the future. And finally, government aid is needed in terms of investing in educational tools of the future. The TEP Fund and UBEC should channel resources towards actualizing this. And by the time we are able to do all this, then we will have repositioned ourselves and set the nation on the trajectory of achieving sound 21st century compliant education for our children. And until that is done, the story will remain the same, both pre, present, and post-COVID-19. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Trooks Izidum. Of course, we already have people, participants who are responding and are already commending Prof. Prof, thank you once more for such a rich lead paper for this international conference. Okay, we'll continue with our program. While we were on, several people stepped in and joined our meeting. Several people stepped in and joined our meeting. I can see former Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Dominic Nguke. Professor Dominic Nguke. Professor Dominic, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome to this event. The keynote speaker, Professor Clifford Odumegu, has also joined us, or he's been here all along. He's been here all along. Professor Clifford, you're welcome. I'll call you up once it's time. The chairman of this event, Professor Usman. Professor Usman, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. It's great to have you join us. And then, very importantly, the Vice Chancellor is in the meeting, is ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, Professor Johnson Rama. Welcome, sir. Prof, you're welcome, sir. So we'll still call on him. So Professor Usman, we'll just hear from you, sir. Prof, please put on your mic so we can hear from you. Professor Usman, sir. Please, Prof, unmute your mic so we can hear you, Prof. Your mic.
Hello?
Okay, Prof, we can hear you, sir.
I've done that. Hello?
Okay, yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
Professor Usman was the former associate of this great faculty. Yes, and then he held that position until he became the provost of the Federal College of Education. Prof, you're welcome, sir. Okay, Prof, you have the floor. Professor Usman, you have the floor, sir.
Hello? 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 The network is fluctuating here. Hello?
Yeah, Professor Usman, we can hear you. Please carry on, sir.
But I'm not hearing you well. The network is very bad here. Hello?
Yes, but Professor Usman, we can hear
Hello?
you. You actually can.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hearing you.
Prof, just go on. We can hear you, sir. Professor Usman, just continue talking. We can all hear you very clearly.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hi.
Prof, just speak, sir. We can hear you very clearly.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. Just like I said in my address, I welcome all the participants to this conference. And I'm very happy to be, given the opportunity to chair the occasion. I said it is a very, delighted opportunity to stage a form of first homecoming officially to my faculty, where I last served as the associate dean of the faculty. I want to commend the dean-elect in particular and congratulate him for this type of efforts he has put to sustain the culture conferencing in the faculty. I pray that God Almighty will see him through in the, sharing or directing them in Nigeria. Again, on the theme of the conference, it's very apt, and I want the participants to pay the special attention to the learning and teaching of the people living with disabilities. I mean, the people that are of special learners with special needs. I mean, pandemic era, some of the people living with disabilities, especially the deaf, even when you play whatever message you want to play, they cannot, except you have an interpreter along with the message. So also the blind, some of them cannot even read some of the things you post on your system. So we need to pay special attention to the method or whatever devices we want to use for friends. And I wish everybody a fruitful deliberation. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Usman. We are grateful to have you in our midst. Our chairman of this event. Okay, sir. We move on. Let me recognize a few more people. I saw some of our award recipients also come into the meeting. Honorable Ferdinand Ondozie, Oyendozi, you're welcome, sir. We are happy to have you in our midst. Pharmacist Ken Oyebu, we're also happy to have you in our midst. Our UNESCO professor, sir, we are also happy to have you in the meeting. You're welcome, sir. I see even participants coming in. Commandant Solomon Iyamu is also in. Commandant, sir, you are welcome to this meeting. You're welcome to this meeting. You're welcome to this meeting. We also have heads of departments in the Faculty of Education who are with us. Dr. Ezebwe, the head of the Department of Social Science Education. You are welcome. We acknowledge your presence. The head of Department of Educational Foundations, Prof. Ma, you are welcome. The Prof, the head of Department of Adult Education, Prof, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. We will just go through all that we have for ourselves today. Of course, we have listened to the very, very powerful and explosive presentation by our lead paper presenter. You're welcome. Professor Mubani, we see you, sir. You're welcome. You are welcome to this conference. We have Professor J.C. Omeje, Department of Educational Foundations. Prof, you're welcome, sir. Professor S.A. Ezodu, former Dean, Faculty of Education. Prof, you are welcome, sir. We have Professor Zefrinus Njoku, former Head of Department, Science Education. Prof, you are welcome, sir. We have Professor Patricia Uzoigu. Prof, you are welcome. You're welcome as well. We acknowledge your presence. We acknowledge your presence. Of course, our UNESCO laureate, Professor Bashir, you are also welcome. You're also welcome. So earlier on, I remarked that the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Charles Arize Igwe, has joined us in our session. It's such a great honor to have the Vice Chancellor. He is ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. Just because of a few things, he should have been waited for his address earlier, and he will just give that to us right away. Professor Johnson Rama is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. Is ably representing the Vice Chancellor, the 15th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Charles. Okay. So he will be the one to declare this meeting open. You know, it's such a great privilege to have our fathers to come around. It shows that the Vice Chancellor is fully behind us, fully backing what the Faculty of Education is doing. It's not without, it's not an embellishment to say that our Vice Chancellor has been so supportive of the Faculty of Education, supportive of many things. Yesterday we were with him in his office, and then he assured us that the school administration will continue to stand behind the university, the Faculty of Education, in the activities. Okay, so we have him there. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Professor Johnson Rama. Professor Johnson Rama.
Of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Charles Arize Igwe, on the occasion of the Faculty of Education Virtual National Conference on 25th November, that is today. And may humbly acknowledge all the principal officers of the University of Nigeria and Nsukka who may be online, the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Omifekwem, and other deans who may have joined, the directors of institutes and centers, the heads of academic and administrative units, the keynote speaker, the lead paper presenter, Professor Zedum, that just finished. I'm happy to have listened to his presentation. The chairman of the occasion, whom I'm glad also to see online, the award recipients and sponsors, I can see that many of them are already joined. Distinguished professors and other academics. There's a long list of professors and other distinguished academics joining this conference. My Lord, spiritual and temporal, distinguished invited guests, our dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, the great lions and lionesses. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the opening ceremony of this 2020 virtual annual national conference of our Faculty of Education here in the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, holding today, Wednesday, 25th November 2020, virtually. The event is historic for the Faculty of Education, as it is their first virtual international conference of this great faculty that has produced some of the most reputable scholars in the history of Nigeria. Putting together this conference amidst challenging times, as this year in particular has turned out to be is a testament to the resilience and innovativeness which the Faculty of Education is well known for. The Faculty of Education, UNN, since inception, has been saddled with the extraordinary task of developing educators, as well as leading the change in transforming Nigeria's education system. This quest is not only a reiteration of its vested statutory mandate, but also has demonstrated commitment towards the promotion of educational development in Nigeria through sustained contributions to improve research in extension services in teacher education and teacher professionalism. These efforts are geared towards achieving the foundation and transformative vision of the founding fathers of this great institution, which is to promote competitive world-class education in order to restore the dignity of man. I therefore congratulate you warmly on this unique occasion of your conference, especially in view of the enormous challenges posed by the COVID-19 lockdown, and pledge continuous support of the university administration under my leadership as the 15th Vice Chancellor to you as a strategic partner in the promotion of teacher education and education in general in Nigeria. The theme of this year's conference, optimization of teaching and learning in a post-COVID-19 era, the pragmatic imperative, is not only well thought out, but also visibly apt, and could not have therefore come at a better moment than now, when the COVID-19 pandemic has posed questions about the future of education, which we must inevitably answer. The pandemic has disrupted education in a novel way and has imposed a new normal on our ways of doing things, and we must necessarily re-strategize and redefine the delivery of the educational curriculum at pre-primary, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Virtual and online learning can no longer be relegated or despised as the use of technology to mediate instruction must be unreservedly embraced. The chalkboard is being forced to give way to electronic learning. Hence, the need for educators to adapt to new realities of blended learning. Developed nations have already embraced this, and we must unfailingly rise up to the occasion and mount programs and platforms that will cater to the emerging learning societies. The use of emerging communication technologies, network of libraries, virtual institutes, virtual laboratories, educational portals, social media and instruction, research and communication with students, colleagues, and other forms of digitizing educational experience must be maximized. The University of Nigeria has been at the forefront of innovating education in Nigeria and has pioneered pace-setting reforms in virtual learning, including the establishment of distance learning degree programs, a thriving virtual library, internet-enabled laboratories, classrooms, and offices. As a matter of fact, in partnership with some telecommunication companies, the university has taken steps to integrate e-learning into classrooms. It is therefore my expectation that participants in this virtual conference will avail themselves of the great opportunities this unique event can offer by being creatively and constructively involved in all the technical sessions through debates, projects, questions, and other participatory approaches or strategies. I therefore urge you to be actively involved in the conference to enable you come out better equipped to tackle the educational challenges that the COVID era has posed to the teacher education and learning experiences. May I express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Clifford Odimegu, head DPS program, University of Wits, South Africa, and visiting professor to the Department of Geography, UNN, for honoring our invitation despite his numerous engagements. I'm equally grateful to the lead paper presenter, Professor Chuks Ezedum, a distinguished scholar and former Vice Chancellor, Madonna University, LLA, for honoring our invitation, notwithstanding his numerous academic and other official engagements. I equally appreciate the presence of other invited guests, especially the chairman of this virtual conference, Professor Keo Usman, who is the Provost, Federal College of Education, Oyo, as well as our distinguished sponsors and award recipients in this propitious event, who, in spite of all their numerous engagements, found time to actively participate in the opening ceremony of this virtual conference, and in particular to share in the joy of the occasion. I commend greatly the Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Joshua E. Umefekwem, and the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee of this wonderful event, who is our immediate past librarian, Professor Ezani, and all the staff of the Faculty of Education for embarking on this virtual conference, notwithstanding the hindrances and restrictions imposed by COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown. May God bless, keep, protect, and grant you sustained success in all your endeavors. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to this virtual conference and pray that at the end of your deliberations, that the set goals and objectives must have been achieved. On this note, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Charles Arinze Chukwuigwe, I have the pleasure to declare the 2020 Virtual Annual Conference of the Faculty of Education, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic University of Nigeria, Professor Johnson Rama. Thank you so much for that great speech. Of course, if you listen to him, you would see that what I said before about the Vice Chancellor being in full support of our activities in the Faculty of Education. Is actually what it is. Exactly what it is. Thank you once more. Thank you once more for joining us, Mr. Vice Chancellor. We go over now to our keynote, presentation. But first of all, I'll call upon Dr. Osita Osai to read a citation for Professor Clifford Odimegu, our lead paper presenter. Professor Osai, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic and then carry on with the
Good afternoon,
presentation.
everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon,
Dr.
everyone.
Sasa, you have the floor.
I want to, yes, good afternoon, everyone. I plead to stand on the...
Dr. Sai, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, I said good afternoon, everyone. I said I plead to stand on the existing protocols, and I stand to read Dr. Sai, and I want to read the citation of the keynote presenter, the person of Professor Clifford O. Odimegu. Clifford Odimegu is a full professor of geography, of demography, social statistics, and population health, and founding director of graduate programs in demography and population studies at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, South Africa. He holds a doctoral degree in demography and social statistics from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria, and advanced certificate in population and international health from Harvard School of Public Health. His expertise covers the fields of technical demography, population health, epidemiology, sociology, and social statistics. He has spent 28 years in the academia as a research fellow, university lecturer, research analyst, and synthesis investigation threats and risk to health in specific population groups. His research agenda covers the broad fields of demography, population studies, and health. Current research agenda is investigating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on sexual and reproductive health in South Africa. He just won the 3-year grant to conduct a comparative study on the effect of COVID-19 lockdown on sexual and reproductive health and rights in Nigeria and South Africa. This is a collaborative research involving WIT, Ibadan, and Ife universities. Professor Odimegu has been a visiting professor to such universities as the University of Namibia in 2010, Brown University in 2012, University of Nigeria between 2017 and 2019, and Federal University of Benin Kebbi in Kebbi State, Nigeria. He has won several research grants from reputable funding agencies such as Ford Foundation, Mello Foundation, Helwet Foundation. He has also won 200 papers in credible national and international peer-reviewed journals and is widely cited. Most of his publications can be found in the worldwide ResearchGate platform and Google Scholar. He has co-edited 2 books, Continuity and Change in African Demography and Social Demography of South Africa, and also Advances and Emerging Issues, under Taylor and Francis' New York Table. He has also published the book, Family Demography and Post-2015 Development Agenda in Africa, published by Springer Press, Netherlands. Currently, he is working on another book, Handbook of African Demography, to be published by Routledge, Taylor and Francis, New York. Professor Odimegu is an assistant editor of African Journal of Reproductive Health since 2000 and the editor-in-chief of African Population Studies Journal since 2005. He supervises and provides guidance to and supports epidemiology, biostatistics, and demography and social sciences PhD students at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. He has supervised 22 PhD students, more than 45 master's students, and close to 100 honor students to completion. He is currently supervising another set of 10 doctoral students drawn from different African countries. He has also supervised 13 postdoctoral fellows, consulting for major international organizations such as UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, and EU, and major US developmental international organizations such as UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, EU, major developmental agencies. He has monitored and evaluated a number of projects in such countries as Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Malawi, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Lesotho, Swaziland, and the US. Professor Dimegu is an explosive public health and passionate advocate of building the capacity of next generation of Nigerian to African scholars who will take over from the retiring generation. He has built professional research capacity of a lot of Nigerian emerging scholars. He makes his home in South Africa with his wife and children. Great house, and my fellow conferees, permit me to introduce to you an erudite scholar, an international professor, and a man of repute, our keynote speaker in the person of Professor Clifford O. Odimegu. A hand of applause for him.
Hi. Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. All right. Can give me a complaint that the host, you're doing something that's not allowing me to operate. Okay, I stand on all the existing protocols. You know my name. I've been a friend of Nsuka, Clifford Odimegu for Rapid. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for the honor of inviting me and for the privilege of presenting this keynote address. My address I don't know why this is not working. My address is simply, I typed post-COVID-19 era, fourth industrial revolution and education in Nigeria. And in this address, what I will simply do is to look at what has happened during the COVID pandemic lockdown and what is going to happen after this, and then look at it with of what is known as fourth industrial revolution, 4IR. Well, my colleague, Professor Ezedum, has done a good job on looking at pandemic and its impact on education, especially in Nigeria. So you permit me not to go and repeat that. What information he has provided is still germane to the discussion I'm going to have here with you. What generally comes out is that the pandemic that took everybody by surprise, including the so-called superpowers and the weak nations, the low-income countries, the strong nations, everybody by surprise. A number of people, especially school children, were affected. Yes, almost all educational ecosystems were forced to cancel teaching, were forced to cancel all their academic activities. But the system will not remain shut forever. Well, a number of institutions came up with innovations on what to do to make sure that the system continued running. The situation in Nigeria was more exacerbated by the ASU strike. So we could not even feel so much the pain of the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, the good news really, despite what the pandemic, the lockdown, the restrictions did, the good news is that we are getting good news from Pfizer, we are getting good news from AstraZeneca, we are getting good news from BioNTech. So we hope that by Easter next year, all the fears we are having about COVID may be gone. We hope so. So I will also not go on to show you about the impact of COVID-19 on education. Professor Ezedun has done good job on that. But what I want to take up is the kind of opportunities and the challenges that the COVID experience brought us. Well, it's shown us one opportunity that, look, education can continue irrespective of the situation. People can still be taught. It can also show us that, look, parents can be more actively involved, especially when you are at home, your children are at home, they are playing with they are using their electronic gadgets to do studies online. Parents would come to be involved in that. Well, it also provides opportunity to learn that we have to have greater familiarity with digital learning tools among parents, teachers, and students. One thing that came out, one big opportunity that also we need to know from the effect of the pandemic is the fact that human contact, no matter whatever, is very, very germane in learning. And technology cannot replace the experience in school and human interaction it is based on. Nor can it replace the work of a teacher who remains central to the education of the child. And beyond this, we have come to realize there is an important aspect, important learning that happens in schools that you cannot do by visuals. Learning by sports, by play, by extracurricular activities. There are some of these things we cannot do remotely. So much of this personal development and the social learning cannot be delivered remotely. And as a human being, as humans, or human experience, learning is rooted in social interaction and processes. The effect of the pandemic is that it's the unplanned experience of sudden and massive home-based learning is an opportunity for us, for educators, both at the various level of education, from the management level, to university levels, to rethink education and how we deliver educational services. And I'm happy my brother, Professor Ezedun, has highlighted some of the issues. In this situation, it is very important for us to now revisit learning content, the kind of methods, the kind of spaces that that exists. That's so that we have a balance between academic learning and social, emotional, civic learning on the other hand. So Professor Ezedun called for a blended learning, which also I have here. Blended learning is also important. We also need method that will balance the individual study and learning and with home, family, and community at large. We need to have how do we implement blended learning in a country like Nigeria? It's kind of questions I would like to raise. The future is a unique opportunity. The COVID era or the post-COVID era is a unique opportunity to redefine the learning community, the community that's learning, the university environment, by better networking learning spaces that connect classroom and school-based learning with the home, family, and community at large. So one of the other things, so we're now in the domain of future of education in the post-COVID-19 era. That is what an emerging concept that is called pedagogy 4.0. Mind you that the period we are this century we are in is called the fourth industrial revolution era. This 21st century. And this is an era that very soon I will tell you how that era is unfolding, the characteristics of that era. The world is facing a number of challenges. The world is facing a number of challenges and revolutions. And many of our speculations and theories as educationists have fallen apart due to these sweeping changes. And the integration of ICTs, artificial intelligence in every aspect of our lives. And no one knows what the future question that arises is. So what we ask ourselves is, how can we as university teachers, professors, university administrators prepare ourselves and our children to live in an uncertain, ever-changing world? Those of us kids who are born now, and even the upcoming ones, the assistant lecturers, the lecturer 1, lecturer 2, may still be around to witness the beginning of the 22nd century. Some of us are already going up. To guarantee our future, we must start formulating new educational approaches, new education methods and modalities to raise people who are able to deal with emerging changes, learn and rebuild themselves in a way, that make constant change possible. I remember what Ezedun was saying, that look, for us to be very useful in this era, we must be compliant with the kind of changes that is happening now. So we need a new education, a new training that aims to prepare individuals to acquire new skill sets and competencies put forward by the fourth industrial revolution. And this is what is called pedagogy 4.0. Pedagogy, in other words, pedagogy that can be operated under the fourth industrial revolution. So this is changing education goals and contents to respond to the advancement of the new revolution. So based on this digital literacy period, the new pedagogy requires creativity, it requires autonomy, it requires cooperation, it requires social skills, such as communication, presentation, teamwork, and management skills to be developed. So there will be self-learning too, and our student-centered learning that will emphasize the development of a situation where students will also have their own opinion, have their idea, have their own capability. The teacher's role is limited in this era. The era of the teacher being the alpha and the omega, the era of the teacher lording it over the student in the class as if the student has no idea or no skill is going or is gone, especially in this 21st century. So what this new pedagogy is recommending is that we need to adopt a lifelong learning as a philosophy. I call it that governs all activities based on the 21st century skills. We develop new educational structures and systems based on ICTs and artificial intelligence, and prepare teachers for new roles. Professor Ezedun said new teachers need to be trained to be able to handle the new challenges that I imagine, from the COVID era in the midst of huge changes as a result of the fourth industrial revolution. So if you are a teacher, if you are a professor of the old school, and you are not tuned into the new pedagogy, the pedagogy 4.0, the pedagogy under the fourth industrial revolution, I'm sure you begin now that you are stay in the system. One day somebody will ask you, what's the value you are adding to the system? The fourth industrial revolution describes a phase in global industrial development where the bulk of social and economic activity is driven by technological innovations arising from a fusion of digital, biological, and physical worlds. This is the idea as it started from World Economic Forum. And a number of scholars, Xu and others in 2018, define this as use of cyber physical systems to monitor, analyze, and automate business. It describes a world where individuals move between digital domains and offline reality with the use of connected technology to enable and manage their lives. That is it. That is why it is possible. The moment COVID struck, schools all over the world were shut, then those people that had the facility, that have the internet system connected, continued with the education. You might have the worst robotics, the issues of artificial intelligence. You have computer, smartphone, virtual reality, as we are now. I'm seeing you, you are seeing me. The Internet of Things, the issue of 3D, crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, and other disruptive technologies. They are the center of what is called the fourth industrial revolution. It is a data-driven revolution. And the key characteristics of this period, the fourth industrial revolution, are the issue of velocity. Changes are faster. As we are talking now, the research topic you are thinking about writing, somebody has published it, or before December, somebody would have published it. So there is the changes are faster than bread and very deep. It's making a huge impact. And it's systemic. In other words, impact is regionally profound. So this period, this industrial revolution period, it's affecting our lives. It's affecting our lives. It's actually shaping our economic, social, and human environments. And there has never been a time of greater problems or greater peril. We're in that period, we're in this period, and all of a sudden, COVID came up. A 2013 Nobel Prize winner said, "You cannot wait until a house burns down to buy fire insurance on it. We cannot wait until there are massive disruptions in our society to prepare for the fourth industrial revolution. So we need to invent new strategies, new curriculum, new ways of delivering the curriculum. So our inventiveness will lead us to the point where humanity must declare a war, and this war is not a shooting war on the future, by altering the education paradigm, way that we can ensure that this generation and the ones to follow will be able to enjoy the fourth industrial revolution. Either we will be endowed with superpowers in this new world we are creating, or many of us will be left behind to become victims of our own inventiveness or lack thereof. In other words, if we do well, we benefit, we enjoy the benefit of the fourth industrial revolution. If we don't do well, then we regret it. So how can teaching and education change? How does it have to? What is the essence of the 21st century learning? Is incorporating all of these technological innovations into the physical classroom the methodology of choice? Is that even possible to incorporate everything in a country like Nigeria, where the infrastructural technology is non-existent? Is it possible to have all this? Is that even possible or affordable in a country like ours? Some people, a Global Schools Leadership Alliance have reported, have done a study to look at the career and education realities of young people across the world. What came out from this study showed that education is failing. The curriculum being used is failing to prepare young people for their working future. Then the question as faculty of education, we need to ask ourselves is what we are giving our students, does it prepare them for this fourth industrial revolution? Young people need to develop their right brain, their creativity, they need to do it. And they will add it up with their mathematics, with their science, with their techniques to adapt the emerging economy. So a number of findings from that report. So he's saying that disruptive innovations as a result of the fourth industrial revolution must be the guiding principle behind whatever we want to offer to our people. Speed and ubiquity of change must be front of mind in developing educational strategies. We must move fast. It doesn't make sense you graduate PhD students who cannot use computer. It doesn't make sense to graduate PhD students who cannot use simple WhatsApp. In this 21st century, this is what we're saying. So we are on the precipice of the fourth industrial revolution, where we are talking of artificial intelligence. Good enough, the federal government of Nigeria recently started established a center for artificial learning, I think in Abuja. We're talking of automation, ubiquitous, mobile, supercomputing, intelligent robots, supercars, genetic editing. We are talking about this. So this fourth brings with it exciting possibilities, new solutions to global challenges, and employment opportunity for jobs that have yet to be defined and determined. At the same time, it comes with the potential for technological unemployment. That's what is called technological employment. As the industrial revolution is unfolding, people that are not technologically savvy will be unemployed. Hey, friends, watch it. And that downward pressure on income security and social agency, and making it difficult for society to adapt to the new normal. So technological unemployment is coming. That's another thing. So that is when you stand before your students, have it at the back of your mind. What do I do so that these guys can be very fourth industrial revolution compliant? So combined with the issue of climate change and population growth, this century is the most challenging that we have ever seen. Governments, educators, that's teachers, parents alike must ask the question about how they can prepare present and future generations to thrive in the transforming world. So that brings us to the issue of the shifting in paradigms. I took two major paradigms in education. One, so what they say, those students, parents and teachers and the management, parents, teachers and management, okay. So are happy with the arrangements, things that are happening. The socio-economic development, the justice, individual freedom are not achieved. We have follow graduates that have no mental alacrity to be able to defend what they read. My question is this not our bend today? Is it not while our products are not marketable nationally and internationally? How do we feel when you see graduates not having jobs? It's not much about government. There is nowhere in the world where government employs people. Government creates an environment for people to be employed. So if we want to use education for broader social transformation, we need to go beyond the behavioristic paradigm of education. That is the education where teachers teach. You come to the class, you clean the board, you give out everything. The student has no opinion. Off you go. So we need to retain the process of learning where the role of teachers and students must be determined. And then we need to give way to what is called the learning paradigm. It has to be built on what the students know and what they need to know. In other words, this is the time you have to see the students in the classroom that student has an idea. What is your idea? Come out with it. This means that meaningful learning can only take place, means that the meaningful learning can only take place if students are actively engaged in the classroom, you seek their opinion, and you will allow them to share their experiences. And this is the paradigm called the constructivist paradigm, which involves the engagement of teachers and students in the construction of knowledge in the classroom. When you enter the classroom, I know we have these social cultural issues of elders, and when you enter into a classroom, feel at home that you are talking with your colleague, especially those of us who are dealing with graduate students. So it is at that moment when the moment is relaxed and the students don't see you as the next God, that is when you will see that they have a lot of ideas, which again, in terms of some of us who are still publishing, can even help in writing papers. So in this new paradigm, learners have to make the effort, as the learning does not come to them in a passive way. So it's not as if you go to the class, you drive them around and make them to be participants in that creation of knowledge in that class. So this paradigm, this new paradigm, existing paradigm, but that is where we are going, has direct implication for teachers. For teachers and their style of teaching. You as a teacher, you need to move away from the transmission mode. That's where you teach. You do the note, you give the students the note, off you go. To critical pedagogy. Critical pedagogy is part of pedagogy 4.0. The kind of pedagogy that is needed in the fourth industrial revolution by facilitating the students' active participation. Create an environment for students to express their ideas freely, with respect. And in this paradigm, learning is viewed as a vibrant phenomenon, and sources of learning are not confined to a teacher, as students themselves can act as a source of knowledge. This encourages collaborative learning through group work and problem-solving activities. So assessment needs to be taken out of confines of memorization. You know, the old paradigm, the behaviorism paradigm is where students, I didn't understand this teacher. Okay, let me go and memorize his notes. During the exam, I will give you back to sender. And the students will score high, and you will feel happy that the students did well. But in actual fact, the student doesn't know anything. So in a post-COVID-19 era, there must be a paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift is on now. For your students, for your products, to be prepared for the era of the fourth industrial revolution, they must move from the behavioristic, the mode where you teach, you instruct, you are the alpha and the omega, to an area where you engage your students, give them opportunity to talk. It is the education of preparing, it's at the heart of preparing present and future to thrive. As a result, it's vital that we have an education that develops human potential rather than pits it against machine. So there are many things I've got to say here, but time may not be enough for us. So we say that a man, Alfred Toffler in the book, Future Chalk, published in 1970, said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn and unlearn and relearn. Are you the type, are we the type that said that, look, well, this thing, we can't be learning all these things again. The fourth industrial revolution demands that we relearn what we know. The approach, you know, some of us used to, I remember in those days, where a lecturer will use the same notebook for 4 years, consecutive cohorts for 4 years. You teach 101 course for year 2018, the same notebook for 2019, the same notebook for 2020. This time does not call for it. In fact, your students will knock you off in the class because the students of this day, the youth of this day, the young adults of this day are smarter than so. So Toffler was not suggesting that reading and writing should be unimportant. He was just emphasizing that in times of rapid change on certain fields, the most valuable skill will be learning. Professor Zedum said it. We need to re-equip ourselves, relearn what we know. Simply than reciting a set of facts and procedures. How can you go to a class and you are repeating the note that Professor Usman used when he was at Nsukka? Doesn't make sense. Another thing that is coming up that we need to also consider is our curriculum should be designed in such a way that it will be collaborative with other curriculum. Our curriculum should not be separate. So you de-silo it, make your curriculum to be integrative by working together. working with machines than competing with them by programming them rather than by being programmed by them. So whatever you are doing, you need to silo the curriculum and design your learning experiences that encourage learners to make things by collaboratively. Three important issues, my friends, to flourish in this post-COVID-19 era fourth industrial revolution, we need to look at. The issue of education, the issue of employment, the issue of entrepreneurship. What are you teaching? What are we teaching? Very, very important. Are we preparing them for education, for employment? I'm aware of your program on entrepreneurship and all that. But is there any way we can link it from the faculty for education? Link entrepreneurship skills with faculty of education. Give them education that will promote the employment and entrepreneurial skills. We educators should begin to redesign and modernize the curriculum system for our society. For our society to respond, especially in the period where we are in, where we can make immediate improvements in education practice. Are some of the courses, friends, we offer still relevant in this fourth industrial revolution pedagogy paradigm, still useful? Our pedagogy paradigm, are they still useful? The old model we've been using since the 1960s, is this still useful now? Would they deliver the future we want? Or will what we teach currently be enough to get our students ready for the emerging fourth industrial revolution market? With technology rapidly changing our economic, cultural, and realities, it is time for the higher education community, universities, to reshape the education system in Nigeria into an adaptable, flexible, relevant social environment to ensure that both young people and adults have the means to pursue a lifelong learning and acquire necessary skills and competencies to survive and contribute to a rapidly changing society across different industrial revolutions. Food for thought. How do we educate for the fourth industrial revolution, especially in the midst of pandemics like the COVID? Another one may come up. And I said, this is a serious question. Our education system, our faculties, our departments, our programs, the courses we teach, I will challenge the faculty of education. Take your curriculum, look at them. Do we still need some of the courses there in this 21st century? I don't want to mention courses name. There's some courses, you know, that after doing it, don't say when you don't have job, don't say you don't, you went to university, spent 5 years, you don't have job, because of the course of study you read. Look at the curriculum. If not, how do we reconstruct our educational systems so that they can be relevant to the fourth industrial revolution? If we do not do it now, it may be too late. And our higher education may lose their role as educators. And I think the Faculty of Education, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, and sister faculties should lead the charge in this new era and be at the forefront of new curriculum and mode of delivery that will be compliant in the post-COVID era fourth industrial revolution. The time to do that is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Clifford Odebegwu. I'm sure that everyone who was listening to this keynote can attest that this has given us a lot to think on. This has given us a lot to consider, to ponder on. Professor Clifford has made a whole lot of salient points about the way forward, which is actually the meat of why we have this conference. It's what the conference theme is talking about, the way forward in education in this after this COVID-19 era. Do we continue doing things same way, or do we necessarily have to adjust ourselves to the reality on the ground? Do we have to upgrade? So he has given a lot of challenges. One that entered me so well was when he said that why would you, as a lecturer, as an educator, continue to use the same teaching materials that you use over and over and over and over without reviewing them? And then he has given a challenge both to us as individual lecturers and then also in the administration, heads of departments and all of that, to look into our program and to be sure that what we have for our students going forward is something that will help them to be competitive in what he called the fourth industrial revolution, so that the world does not leave us behind. The world does not leave us behind. Thank you once again, Professor Clifford Odumegu, for that great time. We are drawing closer to the end of this this opening session. It has been a wonderful ride so far. It has been a wonderful ride so far. Now we are moving to the award presentation aspect, and then we have several people that we are giving awards. The Faculty of Education, University of Nigeria, is giving them awards to recognize them for different feats, different endeavors that they are involved in. We have quite a number of them. Some of them have been with us from the beginning of this session. Let me quickly spotlight Honorable Dozie Wankwo. Honorable Dozie Wankwo, we are happy to have you in our midst. Honorable Dozie Wankwo is a member of the Federal House of Representatives. We all along we've had a federal legislator in our midst. Honorable Dozie Wankwo, we've seen you since from the word go. We are happy to have you in our midst. We are happy to have you in our midst. So we are going to take on the citations for some of our awardees, some of our award recipients. We also have in our midst Professor Bashiru. Yes, sir. Bashiru Aremu. Prof, sir, we are happy to have you in our midst. We're happy to have you in our midst, sir. We're happy to have you in our midst. So I will call on Blessed Samuel and Dr. Izuchukwu. Okay. Blessed Samuel and Dr. Izuchukwu will get a soft citation on these individuals that we are awarding, and then we'll present the awards to them. Thank you very much. Those Dr. Izuchukwu. We have the awards ready. Let's quickly present them. I think we have quite a number of awardees. These are awardees. Some of them also on Zoom. Okay. Some of these awardees helped to sponsor this event. We are grateful. We are grateful to that. We are grateful to them for that. Okay. We have the awards coming up. We have the awards coming up.
Is this who's speaking? Hello? Yes? And that's who am I speaking
Okay,
to?
we'll go right ahead. Blessed Samuel, please unmute your mic and then start off the citations.
What's the problem?
Brief citation
What's the problem?
Professor Sir Aremu Bashiru. His Excellency, UNESCO laureate, world-acclaimed distinguished professor Sir Bashiru Aremu, hailed from ancient city of Iwo in Osun State and is a teaching and a research professor of computer science and information technology. He also earned dual doctorate degrees and dual bachelor degrees in computer science and information technology with distinctions. He has extensive academic, research, administrative, and publication experience in Africa, America, Europe, and Asia. He is a member of Chartered Information Technology from Professional Education Council of Nigeria and fellow of
Okay, all right. We'll find that out.
Technology. Bashiru is an exceptional researcher and has conducted several postdoctoral fellowships.
Are you in unit what?
He is currently the Vice Chancellor of Crown University International Center Incorporated, Educational Institute, and Professional Training School. He is a visiting professor to several African
Yeah, Francis' wife, you guys have been giving us
and has
trouble.
received numerous awards in recognition of his scholarly output. The Vice Chancellor of this great citadel of learning, my humble, respected Dean of Faculty of Education, distinguished members of the Faculty of Education, and all participants here present, I present to you His Excellency, UNESCO laureate, world-acclaimed distinguished professor, Sir Bashiru Aremu, for his award.
I will send to him to fix it, okay? Stop calling me. I have everything as the manager. Sort out any problem with him, not me, please.
Brief citation of Honorable Ferdinand Nwankwo. Honorable Ferdinand Doze Nwankwo was born in 1976. He is an indigene of Enugu in Njikoka local government area of Anambra State, Nigeria. He is an accountant, businessman, and politician. Honorable Doze Ferdinand Nwankwo is a member of the House of Representatives representing Njikoka and Ocha Dunukofia Federal Constituency of Anambra State. The lawmaker is also the founder, Doze Ferdinand Nwankwo Foundation. Honorable Dozie holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, as well as an MSc in business administration, leadership option from the University of Liverpool, UK. He regularly engages in philanthropic endeavors, and from the records of his foundation, over 44,000 people from 22 communities in Anambra Central Senatorial Zone have benefited from the various programs of the foundation. Honorable Doze is an inspiration to Nigerian leaders as he has continued to distinguish himself as a pace-setter in the Nigerian legislation. My humble, respected Dean of Faculty of Education, distinguished members of Faculty of Education, and all participants here present, I present to you Honorable Ferdinand Doze Nwankwo for his award. Brief citation on Becky Madojemu. Becky Madojemu is a graduate of Ambrose Ali University, where she obtained a degree in economics and management science. Becky Madojemu is a seasoned broadcast journalist with the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, and she has been a broadcast for over 2 decades. Becky currently anchors NTA's popular news magazine program, Newsline on Sundays. Becky Madujemu, who hails from Opoji in Esan Central Local Government Area of Edo State, is founder, Niger Diva Express, a PRO firm. She is currently manager, News and Edo State. She is currently manager, News and Current Affairs, NTA Lagos Network Center. She started her broadcast career with ITV Benin before relocating to Lagos after 5 years. Between year 2000 and 2002, she was a major contributor to CNN World Report, and her strongest point remains telling human angle stories. She is the author of the widely acclaimed novel, A Other Rewriting Stories. Becky is a leading light in Nigerian journalism. The Vice Chancellor of this great citadel of learning, my amiable and well-respected Dean of Faculty of Education, the distinguished members of the faculty, and all participants here present, I present to you Becky Madujemu for our award. Brief citation of pharmacist Ken Chinedu Onwebu, BPharm, BMB, FBSN. Born on 10th October 1968, Ken studied pharmacy at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, graduating in 1991 with second-class honors, upper division. He later went to the same university for his master's in business administration, MBA marketing. He is an alumnus of Lagos Business School, where he did his advanced management program course. Ken Onwebu is co-founder, CEO of Trikel Pharma Nigeria Limited. He is also the managing consultant, Jim Kenny Consults Limited. Before now, he has held several top managerial positions in the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry and gained more than 27 years connect experience in pharmaceutical sales and marketing. He has won several awards in pharmaceutical sales and marketing, as well as in community service, too numerous to be mentioned here. Ken has served the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, both at the state and the national levels in various capacities. For several years, he was the chairman, Young Pharmacist Forum, IPSN National. He is presently serving the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria as the Financial Secretary. In the year 2012, Ken was honored by the Lagos State branch of PSN with Merit Award of the State, MAW, and is presently a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Mr. Ken, who hails from Omokabia, Amigbo, in Wangele local government area, Imo State, is widely traveled both locally and internationally, and he makes his home with his wife and children in Lagos State. Mr. Ken is an innovative businessman, an entrepreneur, and employer of labor. He has distinguished himself as a business icon, growing his companies from seed level to a place of international recognition. The Vice Chancellor, my able respected Dean, amiable Associate Dean, distinguished members of the faculty, all participants, permit me to present to you Pharmacist Ken Chinedu Onwebu for his award. Brief citation of Commandant Solomon Tokumbo-Yamu, FSI. Solomon T. Iyamu is the Commandant, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Ekiti State Command. Solomon Iyamu was born in Benin State, Edo State, where he had his basic education. He holds an NCE from the Federal College of Education, a BEd in Social Studies from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a Master's of Arts, MA, in Peace and Security Studies from the University of Ilorin in 2016. He enrolled at the National Institute of Security Studies, NISS, Abuja, Nigeria, for the Executive Management course in 2015. He is a fellow of Security Institute, FSI, Abuja, Nigeria. Solomon C. Iyamo was enlisted into the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in 2004 as an Assistant Superintendent of Corps, ASCI, and has moved through different ranks, including Superintendent Chief, Chief Superintendent, Assistant Commandant, ACC, Deputy Commandant, and now he is Commandant of Corps, CC. He has served different states of the Federation in various capacities. Remarkably, he led the NSC that tackled Boko Haram insurgency in the northeastern part of Nigeria in 2014. As commandant of an anti-vandal squad, he set a record by apprehending over 20 vandals on the nation's territorial waters, thereby helping to reduce the incidence of oil bookery. He is knowledgeable, ethical, and assiduous. He is also a presenter and writer of many articles and lectures aimed at solving security challenges and mitigating crimes in the country. Commandant Solomon is happily married with children. The Vice Chancellor of this institution, my amiable respected Dean of Faculty of Education, amiable Associate Dean, distinguished members of the Faculty of Education, all participants here present, permit me to humbly present to you Commandant Solomon C. Iyamo for his award.
Okay, we'll call on Doctor who will give us the rest of the citations for the recipients. Dr. Ezuku, please put on your video and unmute your mic. You have the floor, sir. Okay. Dr. Ezuku, carry on, sir.
Okay. This citation of Chief Maurice Emeka Akweme.
Chief Maurice Emeka Akweme,
Emeka,
the UK-based accountant, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, who hails from Umuzulu in Amwebota village in Okana local government area of Enugu State. He attended the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where he bagged a bachelor's degree in accounting. He also holds a master's degree in business administration. He is also a fellow of several international professional bodies, including the Association of International Accountants Worldwide, the Institute of Financial Accountants, UK, as well as the Institute of Public Accountants, Australia. Chief Maurice Emeka is the CEO of the Mexo Group, which consists of Mexo Accounting Solutions Limited, Mexo Business Solutions, Mexo Financial Services, as well as Mexo Travel and Tours UK Limited. Maurice is the president and founder of the Maurice Akweme Foundation, a UK and Nigeria-based charitable foundation. The mission and vision of his foundation is to alleviate, palliate, and empower individuals and groups. His undiluted love for education triggered off in him the burning zeal to give academic scholarships
to many, and this has continued to do so. As a result, one can easily conclude that Chief Maurice Akweme is a lover of education and progress. He is married and blessed with children. My Dean, it is our honor to present an icon of education, entrepreneur, philanthropy, and youth empowerment to you for the meritorious award of honor, well deserved. Chief Maurice Emeka Akweme. This citation of Honorable Ifeanyi Pascal Ago. Honorable Ifeanyi Pascal Ago is currently the executive chairman of Udi local government. He is a product of this prestigious university. The presentation of an award of excellence in leadership to Honorable Ifeanyi Pascal Ago is no doubt very appropriate, considering that Ifeanyi Ago's life and conduct is a testament to the fact that leaders are born and not made. He has held many leadership positions across many phases of his young life. However, his accentuation in political leadership presents a man of sound wisdom and rare panel. One can boldly observe that Ifeanyi's business in politics is humanity. His demeanor establishes that one does not need only wealth to be philanthropic, but kind disposition, more importantly. An award of excellence in leadership to this human role model is indeed a round peg in a round hole, because Honorable Ifeanyi Pascal Ago remains conscious and deliberate about achieving excellence in all he does. The Dean and all the members of faculty will now present this high-flying leading light of the youth to you for an honor well deserved. Honorable Ifeanyi Pascal Ago. Brief citation of Mr. Ifeanyi Okeke. Mr. Ifeanyi Okeke is the proprietor and chief executive officer of Auto Ease Auto Refurbishing Company, which leverages greatly on technology and innovation to meet the ever-evolving dynamics of the industry. This award is presented to him in recognition for his entrepreneurial skills of combining professionalism, passion for excellence, and innovation towards the continual improvement of the business, which has impacted positively the strength of the brand and growth of his business. We hereby humbly present Mr. Ifeanyi Okeke for this award of honor. Brief citation of Dr. Ifeanyi Pascal Ohaleyi. Dr. Ifeanyi Pascal Ohaleyi is a young enterprising businessman with business interests across health, education, gaming, and ICT. His business drive has been evident since the age of 7. Furthermore, he is the founder of Financial Forensic Studies and Diagnostic Limited, Mobile MD Limited, Local Sources Limited, and ICOS Limited. He is a great promoter of human capital and has created and provided employment for young people across Nigeria and beyond. He is also involved in charitable projects. In 2018, he donated a fully equipped laboratory to Alex Ekome Federal University of Teaching Hospital, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, in order to enhance the hospital's diagnostic capacity. My Dean and the 10 members of the faculty will hereby humbly present Dr. Ifeanyi Pascal Ohaleyi for this prestigious award. Brief citation of Engineer Innocent Ogu. Engineer Innocent Ogu is the chairman and chief executive officer of African Legacy International Media Services Limited, Chairman and CEO of Anonymous Group of Companies, President and CEO of Transhumanist Scientific Association of Nigeria, International Director of Socials, Community Affairs, Gravity 2011, a socio-political pressure group for the continuity in office for President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Engineer Innocent Ogu, with a background in chemical engineering, has other experiences and studies, mostly in monetary policy, currency boards, dollarization, good governance, globalization, and politics. These have taken him to participate in several monetary and political changes in Africa, Latin America, Asia, and Eastern Europe. At present, he is researching on stewardship, good governance, and leadership. He is an independent consultant writer, researcher, and a traveler. My dean, sir, and the members of the faculty, we hereby present this man of excellence, Engineer Innocent, for this award. Brief citation of Barrister Matthew Iyamampo. Barrister Matthew has been in active practice since 1999 as officer in charge of legal and prosecution for Enugu State Police Command. He retired in 2012 after a 35 years military service in the Nigerian Police Force and then started a private legal practice as the principal partner of Ayabambo and Company in 2012, with head law office at number 10 MCC Road, Nsukka. He is now the current chairman, Nigeria Bar Association, Nsukka branch. My dean and inter members of this noble faculty, we present to you Barrister Matthew Iyamampo for this award of honor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony Izuchukwu, for those citations. Okay, and then we want to take the final citation of the chairman of this event, Professor Usman Kamoru Olayiwola. He is the provost, the Federal College of Education, Special, Oyo State. Kamoru Usman attended Chief Agbaje Memorial Primary School, Ayeye, Ibadan, and moved to Iwo Grammar School, where he obtained ordinary level school certificate in 1982. Kamoru's leadership opportunity started from primary school when he was promoted as general monitor and agri prefect while in secondary school. In 1983, Kamoru graduated with Bachelor of Technology in Mathematics Education. He had his mandatory youth service corps in the University of Nigeria Secondary School in Nsukka, which was in Old Anambra State, as a mathematics teacher. Sequel to his excellent performance during the service, he was offered an automatic employment by the University of Nigeria Nsukka as tutor master 2. Kamoru bagged his master's in mathematics education in 1996 from University of Nigeria Nsukka. In October 1997, he was appointed assistant lecturer in the Department of Science Education, the Mathematics Education Program in the University of Nigeria. In 1999, he won Fulbright Junior Academic Scholarship that took him to North Carolina State University in the USA as a visiting scholar. While in the USA, he won the 2000 edition of the prestigious Holland Award for Fulbrighters. On returning from the USA, he completed his PhD in 2002. This giant mathematics educator was promoted by the University of Nigeria Nsukka to the rank of professor in 2009. Professor Kamoru has made a lot of scholarly contributions to the teaching and learning of mathematics. He has over 57 articles on teaching and learning of mathematics, both in local and international reputable journals. He has 42 master's students and he has 42 master's degree graduates and 11 PhD graduates to his credit as his supervisor. Kamaru's expertise includes research design, curriculum design, fundable proposal writing, research instrument development, data analysis and interpretation, and studies in gender-related issues. He has also served as external examiner to so many universities, both home and abroad. He has also served as a visiting professor to Nasarawa State University, Keffi. Professor Kameru is a member of so many professional and academic organizations, many of which he served at different capacities. He is currently serving as the editor-in-chief of Abacus, which is the Journal of Mathematical Association of Nigeria, MAN. He was honored with Fellow Mathematical Association of Nigeria in 2013. Kamaru's last assignment with the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, was as the Associate Dean, Faculty of Education. This position he occupied before his appointment as a Provost, Federal College of Education Special, Oyo, in 2015. As the Provost, his achievement is unprecedented, and on Monday, 22nd of July 2019, he started the second term of another 4 years as the Provost of the college. A true Nigerian after all. He was born in the West, that is in Oyo State, had his university education in the North, Bauchi State, and worked in the East, in Enugu State, for 26 years. Professor Kameru can speak up to 6 different Nigerian languages. He is very humorous, humble, amiable, principled, straightforward, and peace-loving. He is happily married with 4 lovely children. My Dean, sir, Dean Faculty of Education, the Associate Dean Faculty of Education, and faculty members and conference participants, I present to you Professor Usman Kamoru Olayiwola, and today he's also been awarded as an icon in education. Let's put our hands together for Professor Kamoru Usman. Okay, thank you very much, everyone who has stayed with us so far. It has been quite a ride. It has been quite a ride. We are going to go on a short break, a break that should not exceed 20-30 minutes. Now, please listen to these instructions. After the break, we are going to resume with our technical sessions. Now, okay. After the break, we are going to go on we are going to start the technical sessions.
Okay.
We are going to go on technical sessions, and then in the technical sessions, we are going to be broken up into different groups and with different chairmen and their repertoires with them. Please, the instructions will come. Just relax. I'll be here to guide you if need be, and everyone will be broken up. But just before we conclude, we would like to get a word from maybe one of our recipients, Professor Sir Bashiru Aremu. Please, sir, unmute your mic, and we just want to hear a word from you as a recipient. Professor Bashir is a UNESCO laureate. So, sir, unmute your mic so we can hear you, sir. Just a brief remark.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be among of you today. I'm very so excited to be one of the recipients of this honor as a world attained distinguished professor. I really appreciate the efforts of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and as well as the Dean of the Faculty of Education, and the entire staff and the management of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to bestow me this particular award. Although this one is not the first, but at least for the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to recognize me apart from the previous record of recognition I've had before. It's a pleasure, and I wish to be with you also for us to collaborate together for teaching and research to promote the international education. As well, also we know the University of Nigeria as one of the first generation universities in the world. So especially in Africa and Nigeria in particular. So I'm very happy on behalf of myself, my family, and my staff at Crown University, which is located in Tasako province in Argentina, and partner campus in Ghana, Liberia, India, and associates worldwide. I welcome you people and I thank you and I accept this honor that you confer on me as a world acclaimed distinguished professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sir Aremu Bashir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for also receiving this award. Our Dean is elated and sends his highest regards. Okay, so we are going to go on a short break now. Please, participants, do not log off because I will need you to stay logged on so that I can assign you to different breakout rooms. So you can mute your mic, stop your video, and in the next 10 to 30 minutes, we'll start off with our technical session. Please and please, I repeat again, do not log off from the app. If you log off from the app, we have to start all over again for your placement. And so when you come back in 30 minutes, you'll be a member of a breakout room, and there we'll have the technical session. Papers will be presented, after which we will now draw the curtain to a close. Thank you once more for tagging with us so far. We look forward to continuing in our deliberations. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Very interesting.
Okay, so it's expected everyone has joined their breakout rooms. It is expected that everyone has joined their different breakout rooms. So every participant has been assigned to a breakout room. They should be able to hear me. Those who have not joined rooms, those who have joined rooms will be hearing their channel. So you should be able to join a room. No, I'm not connecting from here. They are connecting from their systems. I'm connecting all the rooms, but they are connecting their own. So if you join your own room, the room I assigned to now, you see the only people there. Okay. So you wait for the chairman to brief you people. About to start. Ask secretary. Do we have big papers? Professor Mubani, sir, please kindly unmute your mic and turn on your video. Professor Mubani. And then Dr. Nahubu to also put on her own and let them start. Professor Nkadi has started her own. Professor Mubani, kindly unmute your mic, kindly start your video so we can see you. Professor Mubani is the chairman of this panel. His secretary is Dr. Akachuku. Dr. Akachuku. So Professor Mubani will guide the activities of this panel. So if you have papers to present, Professor Mubani will call for your papers and then he will prompt you to make your presentation. So just hold on for a minute, let Professor Mubani come online. Professor Mubani, we are waiting for you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back from our technical sessions. We are welcome back from our technical sessions. We're welcome back from our technical sessions. Welcome back to our technical sessions. I'm sure your screen has changed now. Dr. Edna Ogu, thank you. She was the chairman of our own group. Thank you for all the work he did there. Dr. Samuel Dibia, thank you very much for your work. He was the rapporteur of his own group. And then we had the final group with Professor Nwobani, Professor Nwobani. Professor Nwobani, thank you so much for your work there. And then he has his rapporteur as Dr. Akachukwu Weze. Dr. Akachukwu Weze, thank you. Now, let me apologize to one or two of us who were not able to present their papers with you. I learned several of us had technical challenges along the way. We are sorry about that. But due to time constraints on our side, we have to bring the conference, we have to bring the meeting to an end. So we thank you for the time you spent. So we'll take a final word from the Dean of Faculty and the Chairman of the local organizing committee. Thank you very much once again. Dean, sir. Okay. Oh, okay. The chairman, Professor Chinwezani. She's been at the background working things out. Thank you so much, Ma.
Been keenly attentive to the needs of the faculty. Since its inception as the 15th Vice Chancellor of this great citadel of learning. This hasn't come as a surprise to us because where one's treasure is, there lies his heart. His dear wife is a member of our faculty. Sir, we thank you for all the swift approvals made to ensure the success of this conference. We thank our very dynamic, energetic, and digital dean for organizing this maiden virtual conference, especially at this time. Your choice of topic, which is optimization of teaching and learning in a post-COVID era, the paradigmatic imperative, is not only topical, but relevant. At the end of this conference, we will all be better informed on most of the skills needed to excel in a post-COVID-19 era. The idea behind this conference is to prepare future-ready lecturers who will thrive in the new normal. We thank him for this great initiative and wish him a very productive and impactful tenure. As he charges with full steam ahead, we pledge our unalloyed support. Our chairman, Professor Kamoru Usman, deserves to be appreciated for his continued great interest in our faculty. Having been with us for years, he has continued to remain true to his roots. We thank him immensely for agreeing to chair this virtual conference and wish him well as he continues to make giant strides in his college. We thank the keynote speaker, Professor Clifford Odimegwu, for keynoting this event. We appreciate his paper, which has not only been thought-provoking, but also very timely. We thank you, sir, for your time. The lead paper presenter, Professor Chuks Ezedum, is our worthy ambassador. As a two-time Vice Chancellor of Madonna University and now the Pro-Chancellor, he has brought a lot of his experiences to bear in his paper. We appreciate him for a carefully researched and well-articulated paper. I hope, sir, you do not feel over-leveraged as we constantly involve you in things pertaining to our faculty. Thank you, sir. I thank all the members of the local organizing committee of this maiden virtual conference for doing a great job. I thank them for their selfless commitment and hard work in ensuring a successful conference. I actually thank you immensely. It will be very disingenuous to end this talk without thanking our participants who have come from various places far and near. There are people who have also come from the diaspora. We do really appreciate you, and we thank you for your interest in this conference and for your full and active participation. Thank you for your very well-researched papers and the opportunity to cross-fertilize ideas with fellow colleagues, at the end of which I know that you'll be better informed and more enriched. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chinwe Ezani, our indefatigable chairman of the local organizing committee, who has to brave a lot of storms to make sure she delivers for the conference. We appreciate you so much. And then the final word from our amiable dean, Professor Joshua Emeka Mifekwem.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Mr. Chimezie Odionye, for giving me this opportunity again to make some final remark. I would rather not start repeating the vote of thanks that has been delivered by my able chairman of this conference, Professor Chinwe Ezani. I am deeply elated and excited that today has come and we have been able to set in motion these our thoughts. I want to, in a special way, say that I recognize every one of you, all our participants, all our award recipients, all our anchors, facilitators, the chairman of different groups, and my technical group here, especially again the ICT, for which we are using their facility. You could see that today the rendering for today is such that we're almost hitch-free. We had almost a hitch-free presentation, and for that we are indeed very thankful to the ICT. We would have loved to continue this event because I'm aware that many people have not presented their papers. Okay, well, few persons have not presented their papers. It's unfortunate that some of us may not be able to present because of some technical glitches that we are having here. And for that, we are apologizing, and we are just asking you to bear with us as we may not be able to continue. But what I just want to say is for all of you, if you have not presented, you can submit your paper, your full paper, to us, and then we can make arrangements for interacting with us. We make special arrangement for interacting with us, but we want you to submit your papers. Be rest assured that we are going to get back to you. So don't feel bad that we are cutting you off. is not entirely of our own making, but we know in future when we plan this, we will possibly have greater number of breakout sessions, so that every person will be able to present and be accommodated. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, and I thank every one of you that is here up till now. And my prayer is that God will replenish your energy. God will continue to bless you wherever you are. And then let me reassure you that the communique arising from this conference will as well be made available and shared to every participant. Will be shared to every participant, the communique of this, because this topic is germane, and we want to set the pace as a faculty, as a university, so that people will learn from what we have and come up with. Having said that, I would want to thank you once again, and thank all the, yes, it's been done, all the chairmen of breakout sessions and the rapporteurs, it's been done, and the university administration. We will continue to bring up ideas that will project the image of this university. The university want to reassure you that we are going to continue to align our projects with the with your vision, the vision of the university, which is excellence, academic excellence. And having done that, we'll do our part. So thank you once again for being there. And I want to declare this event, this 17th International Virtual Conference of the Faculty of Education, closed. Thank you. Thank you for being there. And next time, we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations, Dean. Thank you, everyone that joined us, everyone that stayed on till this time. Thank you, Dr. Edna Ogu. I see you online. Professor Obani, I see you online. Thank you, Abdul Unisa. I see you online. Adebukola Feishton, I see you online. Thank you, Daniel, Christopher, Dr. Asu Biojo, Dr. Hajar Mohammed. Thank you, Dr. Osta Osai, Dr. Waziri Wata. Glory Ifi, thank you. Honorable Jose Okonkwo, thank you. Dr. Joseph Onoha, thank you. Kabiru Bashari, thank you. Melvina Eze Iroaku, thank you. Mohammed Salisu, thank you. Mr. Sanijo, thank you. Ogumbi Iru Adari Diji, thank you. Chidima Okafo, Omoumi, thank you. Sister Rose, thank you. Stella Maris, thank you as well. Dr. Baptista Chibu, thank you. And everyone else. Okay, M.O. Afo, thank you. Scholastic Ezerebe, thank you. And the conference comes to